Holy crap. Oh. All right. Let's see what we're gonna do today. Ground targeting. What are we doing there? Targeting method. Line. Blocked by obstacle. We don't really need to change much, I think. If we go here. Here. Here the command is cancelled if this doesn't need to be an else, by the way. Holy shit. You can say if action to trigger equals null, then we return, then we get rid of this one. We'll see what we get done today. I'm super unfocused. I've been fucking up my diet really hard. Because I bought some nuts for my dad. But turns out it's got too much sugar for someone with diabetes. So I've been eating it myself to get rid of it. And I bought too much. Not good. Is this? I don't know. I don't want to delete it yet. But this here, yeah. Because this isn't necessarily about that. I wonder if we should have a... Because the ability itself could have like a function to do a validation for its action, right? Like this ability needs X to trigger, and then if we don't have that, then it can't trigger, right? But I feel like that's too advanced. It should just be like a couple of booleans or enums. And then now we just check here, and we do it here. You know? I think. Don't know. I think so. Because otherwise, that means that I have to write code for every object, or for every spell. I don't like that. And there aren't that many... If action to trigger is no, let's put that first. Then we're not doing shit. But that's never gonna happen in reality, so I don't really know why I even have that there, but... Here we have, if we just do something like this here, or main controller dot current. Oh my god, I hate that so much. See, here then, because this is a target type. And that means it has to have a target. There's no option for a targeted ability, like single targeted ability, to have anything other than one target. That's what we want. For ground, it's a bit different. And this is where we need to be able to have some variables to distinguish what's going on. If current targets equals null, I don't want to check for that. I want that to be an error. It should never be null. So here, what should we say here? Requires targets. Okay, here. But requires targets, that's a little bit like... If main controller dot action to trigger dot requires targets, and there are no targets, and we return. Otherwise, if this is false, and no, that's the issue. It's not that it doesn't require targets. It's that blocked by targets. Target count is greater than or equal to 0. Something like that. A blast AoE line target. PB AoE. I think a PB AoE should probably never be blocked. But it can require targets for sure. I'll be right back. dong, ding dong. Uh, yep. Yeah, I do have to add it. Each one here now. Self. That's wrong. Self, ground. Self, I think, it can't not have a target, so. Fuck it. And then we go to here, and we're gonna say, I'm gonna sneeze. Blocked by target equals true. Oh, I have an idea, maybe. We need to go to pathfinding. This is what we need to fix. This now needs to account for the pattern. I mean, this... What is this? This is fine targeting range, yeah. That should be fine, right? What happens if we run that? Okay. So here now it says no targets, command cancelled. That's because this needs to say, it's not just blocked by targets, it's also requires targets equals false. Would it be funny if I got this working, like, immediately? Targets blocking execution. And what targets would that be? Oh. Oh, yeah, okay, fair enough. You see, this is the problem. This is why, like, I'm not a huge fan of programming when I feel kind of shitty, because you end up making, like, really stupid mistakes. But... Blast. Same thing here, blocked by targets. This should just be if it's greater than 0. Then we try again. Not that you don't make stupid mistakes all the time anyway. And then that doesn't work. Wait, what? If required targets, if blocked by targets, and current targets is greater than 0. Okay, the target acquisition isn't correctly working there. The spell doesn't work. Nullable object. Target position. What does Cyrus Gaze look like? Target position dot value. Yeah. Close. What about... maybe it's this part. Which target position do we use in Cyrus Gaze? Target tile. Fair enough. Let's try. It just kind of works. Though there's more to it. He's not actually getting added to the team, but he is getting summoned. So that's good. We are summoning him. And he should be added to the team. But there's clearly more to adding to the team than what I am doing. So add unit to team, right? We're doing that in the placement over here. Create current team index. If current team index equals 1, player current unit count. Okay, I think 1 is the player team. So let's try switching this to 1. And this is where enums should be used. Well, not exactly. I don't know why the player team isn't 0, because it should be. But because otherwise it's not necessarily so easy as just setting like team numbers. But it's not, it wasn't added to the timeline at all, which is what makes me assume that it's not really working. Yeah. So that we need to figure out all of the details to add something. Placement tool. Yeah, so that's a little bit weird. Add unit to team. Combat object list. See, what's happening is we have something called combat objects. Or combat units. No. Combat objects. And this is the issue. Add combat unit. It's not used? Oh, Mark, you have sub bits but no dono? Yeah, I do think I have a dono thing. Don't I? Oh no, I don't, not anymore. I think I used to have a panel for that. Do you think I should set one up? It's one of these things, like, I have so few viewers and people who come by, that setting stuff like that up has been kind of like, there hasn't been a reason. But sure, I can see if I can find some time to set that up for you, so you can get rid of some money if you want to. Yeah, no, yeah, sure. You help me with PoE2 and chat always? Yeah, I'm always down to chat. More or less. I played some PoE1, but it just made me want to play PoE2 instead. It's unfortunate that there's such a long time between the leagues now. It's 2 months until the next PoE2 release. I bought an Xbox OG and Xbox 360. I'm into retro. Semi-retro this month, Forza 1. I don't even know what I would play on an old Xbox. I was always a PlayStation gamer, so Xbox games, I guess it's not really like my sphere. I don't particularly like Halo, but that's like that's like the Xbox game, right? I like racing games. Fair enough. I actually like playing Dirt. But I only like I realized like I tried playing some other games after that, but I realized I really only like realistic rally games. Like circuit racing is not really something I enjoy. But the play I'm not really playing with the guys I was playing Dirt with anymore for various reasons, so I haven't really had a reason to play it. Starting my OG Xbox journey with Halo 1 for the coolness. Fair enough. I mean, surprised you managed to find all these games. Maybe, I guess people just get rid of them. Do you have the OG fat controller as well? Because I know they released a smaller version of the controller later on for the original Xbox. And the original fat Xbox controller, that one was, it was fucking fat. Jesus. Hmm. The fat transparent green. Nice. Yeah, you need that for the OG experience, of course. Assuming that it functions. But that's the thing, like, I don't know how people ruin their controllers so much. Like, I played video games all the time. Like, all the time. And I think I've had, like, one controller break. And that was my 360 controller and the shoulder button stopped working. I guess stick drift cost of racing game. Oh, you do play them with the controller only, yeah. That's tough. Yeah. This is so weird. Combat turn order active. Just got a Logitech 920 from a racing on Xbox Series S. Shifter, clutch and all. Yeah, I did want to have like a proper like shifter and like it would be nice to have that. But it's so hard to do. And they're so expensive to have like proper things. I don't know which I have like a PS3 one. Yeah, I have a Logitech Driving Force GT. That's the one I have. It only has a brake and an accelerator. And a really shitty stick shifter. But I'll be honest, one of the main things that made me like kind of lose interest was like the guys I played with were all so good. And it wasn't really that they were good. It was that they were good to the point where it didn't feel like it was real racing anymore. Because they were playing the game in a way where you know, they were abusing the fact that it was a game and it felt less like racing and more like speedrunning or something, you know? And that kind of just made it feel like weird. That was my problem with Dirt. It people pushed it to the point that where it just felt silly. Stand this on 100 to 200 on Amazon. Yeah, I mean, you have one of those chairs, right, that you can have. Good on motorcycle sim. Do you play Motorcycle Sim with a wheel or a controller? I don't know if it makes sense with a wheel. I mean, maybe you could play it with a wheel, right? If you, because the thing is with the wheel, you have the turn radius, which is super unrealistic if you have it set to like a car turn radius. But if you set it to be like for more a smaller turn radius, it could make sense for bike games as well. I don't know, like it depends on the wheel if you can, of course. But like a 90-degree turn radius or something like that, or maybe even less. And then you tape like a broom, a sawed-off broomstick to it, and then you can have handlebars like that. That would feel terrible because it's not going to be at the right angle. Lay on the sofa. I don't know if that'll work. Hmm. Man, this is too complex. What am I doing? Combat turn order. Enter com. This is yeah. This is it. I mean, I do have a PayPal, but I actually don't know it. How it works. If it's like a username or whatever. I'll look at it later. I'm not rich. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Yeah, you can give me some D's instead. That's good too. Like the reality is, like when you're like a small streamer, you should have like a dono bar on the screen. Oh, we're gonna make the goal, stuff like that. But I have like 1 to 2 viewers, so it's been kind of whatever. Don't know why I'm here. It's a good question. Um, I don't understand programming. I mean, neither do. I do feel a little bit bad, like not doing any gaming streams anymore, but It's like either or. Like either I don't do that or I do like either I do this or I do that. So it's like April 2023. I don't know. It's a long time ago. I don't know. Let's see. Well, I would say let's see, but YouTube doesn't have a way to filter in a good way. January 2023. February, that's how you say it. Mars. April. Dragon's Dogma. Dirt Rally. Dragon's Dogma. PoE. Dirt Rally. PoE. Monster Hunter World. Dirt Rally. Monster Hunter World. Dirt Rally. Monster Hunter World. Yeah, that was it. So it was one of those. I imagine. Now you're watching these stupid programming streams. What the fuck? I haven't even had time to program in the evenings this week either, because I've been trying to write. We're working on a video. My brain has not been able to focus. But yeah. It is what it is. So, I think we need to do some stuff with this. Combat turn order active. What is the combat turn? So I have something called I have add combat unit down here, which is unused, completely unused. So we should modify this to do this. Combat turn order. Recheck turn order. Blurb timeline. init timeline lerp. I think maybe it doesn't really need to do anything. Let's just try this. It should take a team. Int team. Add unit to team. Unit team. I think. Combat turn. But see, that's what's weird here, because I feel like it's not really doing everything it needs to do here. It's not being added to the timeline. Here it says init combat timeline. Here we're doing add timeline portrait, combat turn order active. I think this should be its own thing. Add timeline portrait. It's just there are a bunch of for loops in a row here. And if I don't do it this way, then it all has to be like turbo repeated. EAWRC is a nice game, boss. That's a rally game too, right? Maybe. I've seen some people not be like super happy with it in terms of like, I guess, physics realism and stuff, but I don't know. Maybe. I'm not particularly good at racing, to be honest, but maybe I could find some other... Because they've got, like, little groups and stuff, right? That you can join and do, like, racing events. That's what we were doing. I did look at iRacing a bit, but iRacing doesn't have rally, it seems. That's just circuit racing, and I don't want to do that. How much does WRC cost? Which one is it? EA Sports WRC. That's the one. Mixed reviews. Anti-cheat. Can lick my ballsack. Wow. Kernel level anti-cheat. Oh. Who cares? I think people are really silly about that stuff, to be honest. It's my personal opinion. But it does seem like they are, like, historically, I think they have been, like, a non-issue, but this latest wave of anti-cheats seem to be kind of invasive and annoying. It's hard, you have to go smooth. Or I think I would only be able to do it if I did it with, like, a group in some way. But we'll see. We'll see. Maybe I get to it at some point. I do need a break now and then, I think. But let's see if we can figure this out. Because this is what's... Here, update timeline. Oh, there's so much stuff going on here. I feel like I need to take all of this stuff and put it into its own little thing. Jesus. Update timeline. Well, maybe I already have. Let's just try doing this. Then we go back to add combat unit. Combat turn order. Add the temp turn there. And then we go back to the action. And then here, instead of doing it like this, I'm gonna say main controller, no. Dot. Add unit, add combat unit. We're gonna do this create object. Is that really the way to do it? Yeah. All right, well. Beam. Combat teams 0. Yeah, so it should be... It should be 0. Okay. Ah! We have a creature! Oh, the creature can walk! And we have a creature that can... It can take... It can correctly cast a spell? Well, okay, well, in that case, that's just finished. That's just done. More or less, I think. There are still some details that need to be done there, but... Wait, the Dirt Rally and WRC is made by Codemasters? Oh, they're both EA games. Okay, fair enough. I was like, because I felt like those two were competitors in a way, but... It was not. add that to wishlist. Well, okay. Bloop. I push this guy. Oh. And so we can see how he's gonna get pushed too here. Is it bugged? I think it's kind of bugged. Yeah, it's a bit bugged. I wonder if it's colliding with the bubble. That might be the case. Let's try reloading this and summon him again and see. No, it's broken. Why is that? See, he's supposed to get pushed 4? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And here he's getting pushed 3. Here's getting pushed 4. No, no, no. He's getting pushed 3. But here it doesn't work. Because here he's somehow getting pushed to the right and to the left. Strange. Let's try this then. A shield charge here. Hmm. It does seem to work correctly here, I think. But from this side, it's bugged, yeah. He's coming out to the right first. Hmm. What would cause that? I think we simply have to step through this to see what's happening. I think that's what we can do. Summon that guy. And now, what's happening here? Let's see, F10. Ray map position, 610. I feel like there's some kind of issue with like the direction that we're pushing in and stuff. Because we're not gonna find colliders here, I think. Like if vector is in world. Yeah, It should be. Wait, is it failing? Oh, wait, really? How have I been doing this still? But I feel like this shouldn't work. Like with this should be broken for everyone, not just for this unit, but for everyone. But this doesn't really matter because this is just failing to check if the unit is in the world. Because it was always subtracting half of the unit's size from the Z, making them check if they were like within the world, outside of the world always. But again, this shouldn't matter, but let's just attach again. Try. That was a bug regardless. Now this should be true, yeah. But we shouldn't find any colliders there, so we then go down there. And then we get the tile to test, which is 490 to 7127, size 448, yeah. But I guess what's this thought? Course direction. No, it's Forest preview distance. What's the... Is it called preview? Preview... Push preview direction. Minus 093. 037. Sure, so in that case, ray step count equals 1. Estimated force position equals ray map position. We've now taken one step to the left. Forest traversal history has a count of 2. The first one is 711. And then here, the ray map position is 611. And this should now become 511? 612. Oh, that might be okay. Oh, Yahuel, how's it going? And then we're gonna iterate it again. Which is weird, isn't it? Because the object, this should be the object. Internal position raw 168198. Tile position. Its current tile position is 711. Bye-bye. So it's been pushed 2 steps to the left from 711 to 611 to 612. The total distance is 3. And now it's going to go from 612 to 512. What? I mean, I feel like it's just working the way it should. Maybe it's the rendering of it that isn't working. Because that could make sense. 7, 10. 8, 10. 9, 10. 6, 11. Okay, so if we... we once again take a look here. Test tile position. Outer bounds. His outer bounds is 5, 9 minimum. Okay, so that is the issue here. It's going from 6 to 10 instead of 5, 9. Convert location to PF tile. Oh my god. I wish this was easy, but it's... No, it could be anywhere here. That's the thing. We got 140 tiles here, apparently. But not a single one of them contain a 5 or a 9 here. But it's also really odd. Because... like, here... maybe it doesn't work. Because this should be pushing him straight forward, but it's pushing him up. And it's pushing him 4. What is the intended push distance? Gravity blast. 3. Okay, yeah, so... it is just... a weird offset issue. But the problem with that is that the offset could be wrong like anywhere. So we should go here. No longer do this. Because this seems to work. The values here seemed correct. And if the values here are correct, then that should mean that the problem lies in here. But maybe this is still a side effect of the position rework. This isn't going very well. Because doing it in here, yeah, we have to do it here instead. Here. So, for each, I lock invalidated tiles. The first location is 611. The origin point is 1. Key is 611, minus origin point, which is 1. Then we're adding 5, 10. Which is incorrect. He's standing at 4, 9 at the moment. So it's the iLock origin point. So that's being set. I think it should be this. Convert location to PF tile. Origin point. Lock.origin point. Check line collision. New location. And here we have an origin point, which is a sub position offset. That's being set to be origin tile minus outer bounds min vec. Oy, oy, oy. And his tile position is currently 6'11", which is here, right? So he's standing at 4'9", and his position is up here. The origin tile there okay. It's going alright. I do have the summon working right now. It's just a bug in the force pushing code. It's a tiny one, but I need to find it. Ever played the 2 Matrix games? No, I have not played the 2 Matrix games on Xbox. I was a weeb. I was a JRPG weeb. I only played JRPGs, more or less. And I didn't really have, didn't have an Xbox, so I barely played any Xbox games. I pretty much just played Halo at a friend's place. He also had there's an RPG. It's like a Zelda-like, called like Sudeki or something. Yeah, Sudeki. Played that one. I'll be honest, those are like the only Xbox One games I played that aren't on PC too. Or weren't. I've discovered eBay this week. That's good. What is a game but a miserable pile of vertices and collisions? That's true. Uh, And I also always avoided licensed games like movie games and stuff, I think. Well, I don't even know what I would have played. You know, it's like Spider-Man game or Batman game for like the NES or Mega Drive. Or the South Park game for PS1, which is really bad. So I know I definitely did not play that. The Matrix games. Did you know there's a Matrix MMO? Or was? Kib says the Matrix games were okay for movie games. They suffered from optimization issues. Alright. EA movie licensed games were really good. Maybe, but for me, it always felt kind of the same as playing like a Dragon Ball game, where it's just like watching the TV show or the movie, but in a really shitty and bad way. So for me, I was always like, I just rather watch the movie. Or it was like some fan fiction. Where do we call this? Find targeting area. Line target. I feel like it's not related to this. Force affected. Force traversal history. The force traversal history. It's this here. Somehow. Oh, here, yeah, here it is. So it's, what is it, like +1 divided by 2 or something? So what would that do? I want +2. It might just be divided by 2, and that's it. Because if the object is the size of 1, then the offset or the origin point should be 1. No, it should be 0. If the object is 2, the origin point should be 1. So 2 divided by 2 is 1. If the origin point is 3, it should be 1. And 3 divided by 2 is 1. This is some common core math here, but... And 4 divided by 2 is 2, and that's correct. And 5 divided by 2 is also 2, and that's also correct. So that should fix it. I think I had just set that, like, temporarily before, which is dangerous. Setting things temporarily without actually like marking it somehow is not good. I do need to go through, because I've been writing like bug in caps, colon, and then like a little note, but I haven't like been going through it and removing those. So actually finding anything when I need to is like not actually gonna happen. Alright. Summon Guardian. I gave it a different placeholder name, by the way. It's still bugged, but it's a lot less bugged. Well, no, it's more like I do have the bug note that actually says what's happening, but I fixed the bug. And then I have like 40 different like bug notes that say that something is bugged, but it's not actually bugged. That's how it is. So right now what's happening is that the actual push is correct, but the origin is wrong. So we're setting that in the init here. Because here we're adding the first record here. Add location. Yeah, it's here. Don't know why I set it to 1. Stupid. Morning, Charles. Let's go. It should just look like this. Yeah, just get rid of that. And just use that. I read through some C++ tutorials. I now understand what you meant. In regards to what? It's C++? C# is bizarre? No, C++ is bizarre. Am I saying them backwards? I don't know. Are you? C++ is the one that's hard as fuck, okay? And C# is the one that's easy. So if there's like a bunch of and signs and like asterisks and like arrows, then that's C++. I think it is fixed now. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that's good. All right. C++ is low and has to whisper to the memory directly. C# is almost a human language. I had enough of malloc in my life. My last semester I was in Visual Basic. It had all the class, object, event, args. Didn't understand a thing. Yeah, I think that if you should learn programming, you should never learn C++ like as your first language. It's so overwhelming to learn it that way. Like if you've learned C# and you have like an actual decent understanding of how to like write a program, I think you have a much greater chance of actually being able to understand C++ and like learning the Like, programming is one of those things where I feel like in school, they always start to teach you the, like, underlying bullshit first. Because they want you to have, like, a broad and solid, like, foundation and understanding of how things are, like, work. But in my opinion, that's like the hardest and most inefficient way to learn and understand programming and computer science. So like actually learning how to program and make a program execute in like C# or something first, and then you tackle all of that, then it's so much more understandable. Otherwise, it's just a bunch of gobbledygook. I mean, C++ is great because of the manual memory management, etc. But if you're new, why do you even need to know about memory allocations? Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you're going to do C++, you need to know about those things. But yeah, I think that like starting with C#, because C# is literally like 100 times easier than C++. And like advanced programmers might not like everything that C# does and might not appreciate some of the, like I see people on Twitter like complain about like link syntax and other kinds of bullshit, and I don't know anything about that, but like the actual practical application of programming in C++ and or in C# is just it's so easy. I'm sure there's more C# material on the web. I think there's plenty. I think there's everything you need for either, but no matter what, C++ is both more complicated and it's like a lot less intuitive. Everything is done in like a certain way that you have to understand. And do you use eBay? No. I live in Sweden in like a tiny village in the northern parts. Barely even have that kind of stuff. I just use normal stores. I don't buy used things a lot. I don't buy things a lot. Maybe at this basic level, the keywords are weird and it seems like lots of extra stuff to type for no real reason. Do you mean C++? The college class was like, just copy the example, don't worry about what it means. I mean, that's actually not a bad, that's not bad advice in my opinion. Because it kind of lets you understand how things, like, putting together something that executes, then you can kind of tinker with it a bit and figure out like, oh, okay, this is causing this to happen. And it's not a bad first step, but either way, I think C++ is a really bad place to start. So what should we do now? Copying from example is not bad at all. Makes you read what you're copying at least. Yeah. It's like I do this. I say the same thing with like art. If you're gonna learn art, just copy something. But it can be a bit dangerous because you can just start doing like only that. But I feel like that's up to the individual. But everything should be done by a reference, even if it's whether it's coding or whether it's art. But speaking of art, I'm gonna put together something here, or try to. Looks like I never finished this. I'm gonna put together a bit of a new test level. And see how I can manage doing that. We do have some stuff there. Okay. So let's see here. I just wanna nicen up the test level a bit. Are we doing the thing today, Kibs? Still? Test tiles. Test tiles sheet. 2418. So then here we need to try to add a few more tiles. Need to put together a thumbnail. Fair enough. And now you'll see that there are always issues. So it actually goes like this? No? Goes like that. Yeah, I just wanted to see if I could put together a nicer test map. But I don't know how much of this is weird. 4. Because it's a little difficult. It needs to be kind of like this. But also not. Hmm. Like, according to the top of the pillar, should be like that. See, I don't know if this is actually, like, put together in a way that actually makes sense practically at the moment. In terms of the issue is the tiles need to line up and make sense for, like, the tile grid. And because of that, we'll see how this works out. Because I feel like this should be like that. And it's down here that's like a little bit odd. First of all, is this bigger? 6, 4. Yeah, okay, it's misaligned. Actually. What am I trying to do? I want to shift it like that, right? In reality, I should be doing this. And we shift it there. And this here... Right now it's casting a shadow in a certain direction, which doesn't really actually make sense properly. But it's actually kind of difficult to do that properly, because that means I kind of have to separate them all into separate pieces. Or you can keep it there for now. But yeah, so then we shift this back again. And now we end up with this. And ideally, what I would like to see here is that this is a bunch of repeatable parts. So let's see. How do we shift this so it's tileable? Repeatable parts, each with different light angles? No. At the end of the day, it's gonna be a little bit tricky because, like, the ability to have light cast from like a certain direction, doesn't really help in every case. So some assets might need to have light baked in, like this one, right? So this is light is casting in this direction on this here. But it's also about like which side is the shading on, for example. Because here the light is falling on the front left here. And then if we change the light to be from the right, then it wouldn't make 100% sense. Like, I think it would still be fine. It wouldn't really break immersion or anything. You wouldn't really notice it that much if like it looked like this and the shadow was cast in this direction. So I don't think it's that big of a deal. But what I just mean is hold on. Just gonna try squeezing this. I want to squeeze it together. I need 2 more pixels. Something like that, I guess. feel like this is too big. Isn't it? Like... No, it isn't. What I mean is that it should be tileable so that we can get rid of some stuff. This pillar needs to be moved off. I think. Should it be... No, it doesn't need to be moved off. But here, this is what I mean. This here... This should be moved to a point where we can easily just repeat this pattern. I'll keep it something like that. Because that way, what we can do is we can remove everything else here. And then in order to make more tiles here, we can just reuse this section here. And in order to make more of this section, we can just use that. And I feel like the same thing should be true for the white part here. But maybe not. Maybe it's fine. At least for now. Is there anything else we can use from here? The tiling is actually kind of incorrect. I thought I was using the tile mode for this. How do you even use the tile mode? I don't remember. No, I don't think I am. I am using it for some things, but not for the ground. For the roof, it's being used. Sprite has a tiling mode where you can draw tiles like this. But the ground is wrong. Let's see, I have another. This one? I am just putting together a bit of a nicer looking test map if I can. Yes, the water. This is fucked. There's an issue here, but whatever. Doesn't matter. Uh, 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 uh. See, I don't really... For whatever reason, I was still working with tiles that were 48 times 48 here. Which is stupid. Makes this hard. Because that means that these tiles in the middle, they are all tiling. But they are tiling with each other when they are 48 times 48 times 48. Well, in reality, the tiles aren't really that size. So they'll probably have to be redone a little bit, which might make this too much effort. Let's see. This here, this is 40. The first 40 pixels is the bottom. And this, you see what I mean here. It's sticking out by 4 there. So might have to do something like this. To push them together. And then here this should be the next. And does this tile properly? I think so. I don't think that's enough, is it? No, it isn't. What's the number? There is an actual number here. Let's see. Right now, each tile is about 14. I wonder if I should be doing the opposite. So now the tile is 16. So if we, instead of shortening it, we lengthen it, then we have to go back and redo this, or undo this. And then instead we lengthen it by 2. You know how A-Sprite has a repeating grid view, right? Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to slap together some new tiles here real quick. And I'm using some old tiles that I had been working on that don't quite match the size, so I'm resizing them a bit. Now it loops to there, which is like that. Yeah, I've used this program a bit. I know how it works. And does that make sense? I think that works. Now, horizontally it's fine. It's just that my tiles are 24 times 18. And for whatever fucking reason, which actually is very surprising to me, here the tiles are 48 times 48. One crazy tile size. I mean, the reason for it is because that's the size of the actual tile, right? Because we're looking from a 3/4 degree angle, so that means that that's how we're gonna kind of view it. And it's that way so that characters can occupy that much space in the world and be like 4 times 4 tiles in size, or 3 times 3 tiles in size, or whatever size the character is. And then that like actually makes sense with their actual size, right? And yes, you're right. But then we should have I think this is it. And then we'd also have this, maybe? Oh, hold on. This isn't entirely accurate. I think that is correct, yes. And then here, so it's the outer one, and then the inner one. And then these are just two variants, I think. Which I don't care about right now. What about... So I think it would be something like this. That should be side and bottom tile. And then here it's like this. But it's like this. So we actually need to fetch one more here, I think. Oh, one more. Maybe something like that. And then this one is actually like bugged. I don't know why it's ugly, but we can just do this. How big is it? It's 9 or so. Let's go from down. Let's just do this. So come on. No, come on. That's also gonna have to be fixed a bit. 8. It needs to be extended like that. Like that. And I honestly kind of don't like this. Let's see what we can do there. Yeah, I don't know what's happening. Come on. There. This should overwrite this, I think. But here, I think I kind of want it to be like this. In which case, what do we do with this? Do I move it all the way up here? Or that would be all the way down here, rather. Just like that. That makes sense. Because it might not. And I think this should actually not be fully like that. It should stick out, but for how much? What about these? Supposed to be like that. And then for that to make sense, it would have to be like this. Right. That loops. It doesn't really make 100% sense, but it does loop. So, thought I would have to do something more. And we can do that just because. And let's see, these... like the only way to loop that. Unfortunately, I think this is gonna be too much work to get done before later on today. This doesn't loop. Properly. Do we just do this? That should be enough. Like, it doesn't have to have like a million of them. Yeah, that's good enough. Um, That's actually what it needed. Put the line there. But it's also like, should I just make it smaller so it fits in 3? Because it's really, really close. I think that's better. And then this one doesn't really matter that much. It's almost like, should it be bigger? Which, why is it bigger here? $13. $15. Now can you imagine the life of an architect? Yeah. Fuck it, it's crooked. I don't know where. It's crooked here somewhere. Whatever. It's not important right now. I'm just trying to put together some things that can be used. And then there's the freaking wall. Now, it does thankfully tile horizontally, but it does not tile vertically, and I think it's actually fucked. When I made this, this was for fully square tiles. And you actually have to calculate it. So right now, this is 4. Wouldn't 4 would work, wouldn't it? Why is it not working? No, it doesn't. 18 divided by 4 is 4.5. 18 divided by 3. 18 divided by 6. So it has to be like two larger. Or one smaller. I think one smaller is gonna look like shit. And this is gonna be too modern, I think. That's the issue there. This here is gonna have to be detail. Means it's gonna be like that. And we'll just do this. Here. This loops from there. So I'm gonna move this to be like that. And then this is gonna be this. And then this is gonna be like this. And for now, that's gonna be the entire building, I think. More or less. But the houses don't quite work properly right now, so it's kind of whatever. But it would be nice if we can get something to look kind of okay at least. And what about this here? I think fuck it maybe. Nope. Hello, Opus. How's it going? Did I ever make the grass tile? I asked first. No, I'm fine. I'm good. Thank God for Friday. True. I don't think either of these loop. I don't think any of them loop. Ready for Q&A? Not exactly. We'll figure it out. Let's see. Wish I had my tablet. Okay. I'm just trying to make this tile a bit. Because that would be nice if it did. Almost, but not quite. It's not good, but it's not terrible. Here, the transitions are a little too stark, I think. And it does repeat quite a lot. That's why there was so much grass before, because I was trying to make it not repeat so much. Not good, but it's good enough for now. Let's pop that in here somewhere. Perhaps. Maybe. And we have a bunch of other things here. This is now round. Really wish I could zoom out when doing this, I'll be honest. That's something I notice immediately. Jesus Christ. I do need to make like an auto tiling system to make things easier. Now, what I don't really know, there are a couple of things. Let's see, what is this? This is horizontal walls, all of it? Does that work? Yeah, see, this is where things become really hard. This doesn't work. This would work. All right, fuck that one. Let's look at the house. Place a vertical wall here. I don't know if it needs to have a floor, but maybe. I need more tools. For sure. We need like a square tool or a rectangle tool. All kinds of shit. Right now I have a pen and I have a line tool and a fill tool, pretty much. I think that's about it, yeah. What if we save this as 3 now? And let's try... setting a roof. So it would be like this, I think. Oh? That doesn't look correct. Okay, there's something wrong with it. It's using the wrong index. The line tool is using the wrong index. Does it exist? Is it saving at all? I don't know if it is saving at all. Save might be broken. That would suck. Where does it go? It goes in like low key level. It is saving a level that's 3 megabytes in size. Oh, hello. You did that, bro. Okay, that's new. It just exploded. Hopefully the save works. Does? Can we do an auto check without crashing? Didn't crash, but also not quite working, is it? Oh, come on. Why doesn't it ever say roof here? Roof. Hmm. That didn't work. Huh? What? Here? Why is this wrong? Oh, well. I tried, but I unfortunately think that because this tool is broken, I can't actually set this roof to belong to this building properly. And if I can't do that, it's not gonna render correctly. Weird. As you can see here, this works just fine with the pen, with the eraser, with the line tool. But the selection tool is fucked up. Why? Or was it? I think it's this. That might fix it. But I'm not so sure that actually like fixes the issue. That fixes one problem, but it can't draw in the air. Because some reason. Oh, wait, maybe we can't... Maybe I don't need this. Let's try loading that. And then... we redo all of this. There's a roof edge there. Right? Huh? The fuck? Oh, hold on. There we go. The the selection was still active between me like making selections and loading, so I couldn't draw. It was a classic. But as you can see, this making a map right now is extremely clunky. Not meant to be this bad. Oh, hold on. Did I fuck up, like, all the way? Yeah, I did. Let's just undo everything. So now it all says roof edge. Does the auto check work now? I mean, it does, but it doesn't. It's now set to the correct building. But it's not properly... Like, you see the shadows are casting really strangely. I don't really know why that happens. This is a rendering error. But I'm not really sure where it really relates to. It's not something I can fix right now, unfortunately. So this is kind of fucked. But it has to do with this, because before I just made the roof be something that just, it didn't jut out at all. We just got the roof edge here. So there's like nothing it can incorrectly collide with or anything like that. But I feel like this is actually a bug that shouldn't happen right now. It actually should not. Because this here... Okay, yeah, no, it does. No, okay, I understand, kind of. I mean, I don't, but I do. Because it's weird that it's only happening here in the corner, right? Or it's not a corner, but it's just like intermittent. But this is partially because of the size of my light areas, I think. And for whatever reason, it's incorrectly, like it's not going outside of the light area. So when it reaches the edge of the light, this is happening. But it's also because... And this is why the tile system needs a rework, unfortunately. It needs to be changed from being tiles to being cubes. Because what's happening is that when I'm trying to... I also don't know why this happens. This is new. But either way, when we're trying to render the roof like that, we're seeing like a flat roof. But it's not flat. It actually, if we look at it from the side, it actually looks like this. You know, like this, each wall or each roof tile is actually a vertical tile that's facing the screen. And that fucks up the shadow casting a bit. And that's why they need to be cubes so that they can have like a triangular shape. So we can do that. And then I can actually put like the next roof here, because that's the issue now. The roof is just flat as well. It's these two issues combined are not very good. This is so weird. I don't know why this happens. Oops. And here also, this is... Ooh. Well, that's interesting. Okay. Yeah. Right now I have two layers. I have a detail layer and I have a regular layer. And I need more layers. Oof, that's a problem too. Why is this casting a full fucking shadow? It's like a tiny, tiny thing. Less buggy than a Bethesda title? Yeah, maybe. Maybe so. Oh, wait, hold on. Do I have a clue of why it might? No. And the pillar is simply not placeable. It's not, it doesn't work right now. We cannot do that. Why is this not casting a shadow? Yeah. I feel like I have to move away from this, and it has to be more something like almost object-based. So that some things can be more like tiles. You might have like a grass tile, and then you can paint with the grass, and it paints a grass cube. Not just a grass tile. And then you have like a brick building tile, or a brick building voxel that you can then use to build brick buildings with. But for more complex things like this, for the pillar, it needs to be like an object. But it shouldn't be an object. It should be like a stamping tool, I think. Are you using raycasting for shadows? Yes, I am. And that's one of the difficulties here, where, because everything is tiles right now, the raycasting isn't really interacting the way it should. Like I've learned a lot since I started doing this, so that's why like this is all like really old stuff at this point. That do need a little bit more work. Like my shader is kind of a mess too. It needs to be fixed up. But there needs to be some kind of collision map for the shadows. For certain objects. Like right now the game runs at like 300 FPS, but in reality it should run at 1000. There's no reason why this should not run at 1000 plus. And that's just because my shader is incorrectly coded. So there's plenty of leeway for actually baking in a lot more data into the scenes, because everything is static and everything is pre-made. There's no generation. We're not doing anything like that. So if I make a pillar like this, I could give it some kind of volumetric shadow data for collision. Whether that's just a mesh, or if I just use like a voxel editor to create an approximation of it, I don't think it really matters. As long as it's there. I think it wouldn't be that difficult to just... I mean, it kind of is, because working with voxel editors really sucks ass. Like, there's no two ways around it. It's not a fun experience, but neither is working with Blender. Like, working in 3D space, like, I don't know. Maybe once you get used to it, but I feel like you never know what's happening. Like, you're pulling on something and you're like, oh, it's going in this direction, and then you change the camera angle and it's like, oh no, it went like 4 miles in the other direction. I don't know, but it doesn't need to be detailed. It just needs to be an approximation of the shape so that the raycaster has something to collide with. And that only needs to happen on complex shapes. Couldn't you just use another layer with a height map for hints? I don't think so. Because the problem is you have like circular shapes and shit. So it is kind of difficult, actually. But I think this would work if I just had time to fix it up a bit, so that the shapes kind of fit into the tiles better. Because the reality is that, like, this part here, the bottom part, right now, there are like parts that should be casting shadows from up here that are sharing a tile with the stuff that's on the ground, and it doesn't work. The central pillar part here all needs to be in its like own space so that I can create it block by block up. Huh? What? Huh? So confused. Dude, I'm on tile layer 2! Why is it black? And like if I'm... the tools are just bugged, man. I don't know what's happening right now. Apparently the pen cannot draw vertically, a vertical selection, while the line tool can, but it's only drawing on tile layer 1 ever. Oh well, fuck it. That's fucked up. Oh. Oh. I placed her inside the wall. That's why. Oops. But yeah, I think we're gonna stop there. I'm gonna take a break and gather myself, but I'm also gonna try to gather a little notes for myself before we start. We're gonna have a little talk about what we're doing right now and what we're working on over here in an hour and a half. So yeah, until then, thanks for hanging. Have a good day. Bye bye.